안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May attention please. In a while, the first seminar of the 2021 Global Saemaul Leadership Forum will begin. All participants, please take a seat. For the smooth progress of today's event, please turn off your mobile phone or keep it on silent. Due to the spread of COVID-19, our seminar is conducting social distancing, complying with the government guideline. Participants are asked to refrain from moving during the seminar and to wear masks until the end of the event. Thank you so much for your cooperation. The simultaneous translation will be supported. Korean 1, English 2, Spanish 3, and Lao 5.
안녕하십니까? 2021
Hello, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who attended the case sharing seminar. I'm Jang Junter. I'm the project manager from the International Bureau of Korea Saemaul Undong Center. I'm the host of today's seminar. Nice to meet you. We wanted to hold a seminar with global Saemaul leaders and experts in the field of regional development, but rapid spread of COVID-19 made it difficult for leaders to enter the country, so we proceed online. Today, the seminar will be divided into part 1 and part 2. In the first part, presentations on the Saemaul Undong pilot village will be held. In the second part, presentations and discussions on the rural development policy in Saemaul Undong will be held. Before the seminar begins, there will be a commemorative photo. All the participants are requested to come up to the stage.
The attended demo 8%.
네, 모두 자리로 돌아가
Please return to your seat. And please be seated, everyone.
네, 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다.
So everyone, please be seated. Take your seat, please.
네, 그럼 오늘
And now,
사례 공유 세미나를
so we will start the first seminar.
오늘 세미나에
And before we start, then I would like to introduce the moderator of today's seminar, Professor Lee Jae-eun, who is a professor of College of International and Area Studies and Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and a member of Performance Management Committee of Korea Saemaul Undong Center. Please welcome him with a round of big applause.
이후 세미나는
And the seminar will be conducted by Professor Lee Jae-hoon with the greetings. Hello, everyone. I'm the member of Performance Management Committee of Korea Saemaul Undong Center.
I welcome you to this great forum of 2021 Saemaul Leaders Forum. This is supposedly a global leaders forum, as we have invited quite a number of experts, but as you know so well, we had unexpected a sudden incident of this COVID-19. So we really miss these great experts and leaders of Saemaul. Nevertheless, luckily that we have all of them online. So we have five experts and then leaders of Saemaul Undong from Uganda and Bangladesh and Laos Republic, and then Papua New Guinea, and then Fiji. And then they're all here connected. So I'll just take a privilege of introducing this gentleman, but nevertheless, I thought it would be better for this gentleman to do the introduction by themselves. So shall we start from a Saemaul leader from Uganda? Would you please introduce yourself? Mr. Zimbe? Mr. Zimbe, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Or can you say hi to these audiences here?
Hi to everyone in Saemaul Global Forum.
Okay, okay. I think this connection, there is a little lag. We have Dr. Fomi online. Dr. Fomi, would you please say hi to the audiences here?
So my name is Pomi Intichat from Laos.
Hi.
Dr. Fomey.
In detail or just my name?
That's absolutely fantastic. Dr. Fomey is a good friend of ours, and he's very well-known person in Saemaul circle. Sabaidi, Fomey.
Thank you for remembering me. So thank you.
But of course. And how about, do we have Senior Uno here? Mr. Uno? Hello, Mr. Uno, how are you, sir? I know you speak Korean. Do you not?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please say hello to the audience? 안녕하세요. Yeah. And then also, yeah, we have Mr. Dokonivalo. Mr. Dokonivalo here from Fiji. Ah, okay.
Mula from Fiji Islands.
There was, I think, a little bit of lag. Mr. Dokonivalo, are you here?
Bula.
Ah, okay. Hello. Hello. Come on, visit us. You okay?
Yes.
Right. We can very clearly hear you. Thank you very much for the participation.
Thank you.
Yes, and we have a Mr. Kayongo. Mr. Kayongo.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Yes.
Mr. Kayongo is a very well-known expert and a leader in the Saemaul circle. He's been engaged in Saemaul since 2011. So it's more than 10 years that he has been involved in Saemaul Undong. So we are expecting this from these experts of their great presentation. So then shall we start from this village called Kanoni Village in Uganda, and then it will be presented by Mr. Azimbe Nasser. So let me give this floor to Mr. Azimbe Nasser. Thank you.
Hello. This is Kanoni Saemaul Corporation. Kanoni Saemaul Corporation is located in Kanoni Town Council, Gombe District. The presentation was led by NASA. Next.
Okay, Mr. Nasser, you can go ahead if you're ready. We all are here.
Okay, this is Kanoni Village Saemaul Ndongo Corporation. It's located in Kanoni Town Council, Gombe District. Kanoni Saemaul Corporation is formed in Gombe District, central part of Uganda. This self-help village comprises over 2,506 residents, of which 1,100 are men, whilst 1,406 are women, whereby 227 current subscribed to this course, SMU. Next. This SMU program was brought by the group of people, that is to say, Prince Zimbe Nasa, Mavumirizi Peter, and Sechibule John. They spread the news to the people of Kanoni, and fortunately, they welcomed it. The first meeting held at Kanoni was involved by only 16 people. Began held on 15th January 2017. This program was comprised by Ndilawel SMU Village Corporation, Banda sub-county in Mitiana district. The first seminar of Kanoni SMU took place on 1st February 2017. It was led by Mr. Kawe Pasco from Mitiana. We were also led by leaders from Delaware SMU Village, i.e. Mr. Gaira Siraje, Mr. Setumba Stephen, and Mrs. Namuga Hasfa. This seminar was involved by 85 members. This SMU movement was launched in Gomba district on 3rd May 2017, and this ceremony was in Kanoni village, being led by the international coordinator, Mr. Kayongo Stephen and Mr. Ko. And next. Challenges before opening the Kanoni SMU. There was a lack of clean water in the community. We have a poor roads network, low levels of income in the community, low levels of cooperation in the community, poor sanitation and hygiene in our community. Next. Achievements before opening SMU Kanoni Village. The group has good committed leadership willing to push the group and vision, mission, objectives, and goals through resources mobilization. Enough our monitor, Ndilaware, our mentor Ndilaware, SMU Model Village. Our president managed to go to the learning tour to South Korea in order to copy the learning to improve our group's activities. And I have done it well. We have improved the health and sanitation status in our community by general cleanliness at household level, safe water obtained by cleaning of general cleanliness at household level, safe water obtained by cleaning of spring wells and environmental protection, village savings and loans, financial services, established association whereby members can save and make loans. Management, members and supreme body of the organization whereby they elect their leaders. Committees take strong voice in activities to be implemented and participated free. The group has got an account in Finance Trust Bank, Gomba branch. Financial and the other groups' records are kept properly by the treasurer and the secretary. Kanoni SMU managed to sensitize other villages in order to enter the international movements for people. For example, Kasiba SMU village is found in Gomba district. Chiziba SMU village found in Gomba district. Next. We are the projects of Kanoni SMU Village Corporation. Next. We have the poultry keeping project. This organization started keeping birds in June 2019 after realizing that the high demand for chicken, and there was a high demand for chicken and legs in our town council. We started with 80 birds of them, where were broilers and 30 were layers. But layers didn't work well because we lacked skills to feed them, and they were also sold before harvesting legs. And we decided to shift over force to broilers. We have undergone several shifts of birds keeping, and as a report, now we have 1,080 broilers. The number would have multiplied several times since we started this. We started with 80 birds in 2018, but we are high by COVID-19, which affected group financially. Next. We have the project of credit and saving project. The organization also runs a credit and saving project. We have a saving culture, and every first day of the new month, we gather and save money, which is given to willing members in form of loans for a given period.
Mr. Nasser, I'm sorry to interrupt for this great presentation, but we have actually 10 minutes per.
Mostly.
Hello, Mr. Nasser?
Yes, sir.
Could we wrap your presentation, although it's quite impressive, in 2 minutes? Can you do that?
Okay, sir.
Sorry for the
Yeah.
interruption.
Okay, sir. That is saving a project. Then next. We have a piggery project. Allow me to report to you this piggery project, which started in 2017 with one piggery. Our aim was to send a piggery each week member. The beneficiary had to rear the piggery to mature. Then after its first delivery. And next. Okay, even we have a beekeeping, a rabbit keeping project. Kanonia Saemaul started this project this year, and it is still on a small scale. Next. Even this year, we started a soap project. The organization makes two categories of soap, that is to say liquid soap and bar soap. Liquid soap is currently put in empty mineral water bottles. Next. Oh, we have a pumpkin growing project. In 2020, with 3 acres, we had our first harvest in January 2021. It took us some time to acquire another space where these pumpkins, since we do not own land. We just hire from landlords. This year, allow me to report to you that we planted 4 acres and a half. Now it's growing. I think we are going to get something and we take to our pockets. Another one. Next. Even in our area, we started to plant trees. We call it tree planting project. The tree planting project was started purposely for environmental protection after realizing that many people cut down trees for charcoal burning, higher firewood, block layering, and house construction. Our village, Kanonia Saemaul, that's why we have started to planting trees in our area. Another one. Next. Oh yeah. Earlier, Kanonia Saemaul village, we had a poor roads. After getting this international movement, Saemaul, we managed it and we started to clear our roads. That's why our roads now, that's why you have seen our members started preparing our roads to our village. This is a community worker project. This was the cornerstone for all Saemaul projects in Kanoni village. This project brought all members together. It was stayed for long and it still exists. People gather to every Tuesday, every week for the community work, which includes sweeping lots in our village, maintain spring wells, flashing grass in town, collecting garbage, cleaning feeder roads. This project has identified the people because they are impossible feeder roads have been mobilized, how people use them with joy. Next. Next. Okay. Helping the needy people. We started this project. Even we have vegetable growing. Okay. Helping needy people. This project we have done it well in our community or in our village. Canonian SMU organize a show. It's important to help poor people. Some people, they don't have the toilets, they don't have something to eat. Some people, they don't sick, even they don't have the medicine to clear their body. That's why we have started this project to help the needed people. And some people, they don't have the clothes to wear. That's why we collect some money for ourselves of SMU, and we started this project to help them who are needed. Another one, next. Oh, we started this vegetable growing. Our bodies, they need to those vegetables. That's why we have started this project, and our members, they get it in their body. Canonian SMU started this project in 2019 after realizing the vegetables have a high demand and wide market within the area. Next. Yeah, that's why I've told you that we started to help the needy people. We found some grandmother, he don't have the toilet. As the group, we manage and we get some money to build the toilet to that lady. Those photos show the before. That is the toilet she has, and we managed to get money, and we built this toilet. This is before and this is after. Next. Then we started the bookmaking project. We started this project in 2018 after winning the community award, 3rd prize of Ambassador's Cup. We got it, and the money we get, that's why we started this project for the income, when we shall get money. That's why, because of the COVID came, and that project, it is not working well because of the COVID. Our schools are not in process. That's why the project has got something and is still down. We started this project in 2018, the Community Award Prize Ambassador's Cup. Another, next. In 2018, we entered the Ambassador's Cup. Canonian SMU receiving its prize from the ambassador at the Korean embassy in 2018. Next. Yeah, even Canonian SMU general meeting, we're in the meeting every 15th each month. We sit as the group and we go to the meeting. Yeah, and next. This is saving and credit project. Canonian SMU exhibited this program to the children to also engage in saving. This meeting is held on every first of the month. They will manage the children to start saving money for themselves. Next. Yeah, Canonian SMU executive meeting. This meeting is held on 10th every month. Every month we sit and we plan for our village. Next. Canonian SMU governing committees. The executive committee. This committee is composed of the president, vice president, 2 vice president, elderly 1, project chairman 1, auditor 2, and the women leader 1. Then finance committee, it's made up of chairman, vice chairman, secretary, and 2 members. Disciplinary committee, we have this committee is governed by the chairperson and the 2 members. Then next. Rules and the regulation of Canonian SMU Village Corporation. A regular attending of the meeting without sounding reason, fine Uganda shillings 1,000. Every member must participate in the community work and the group project. Failure without a sounding reason will lead to a fine of Uganda shillings 5,000. Politics is not encouraged during village meetings. Every member must grow enough food. Alcoholism is prohibited during meeting. Failure fine is 5,000 Uganda shillings. All members must start 3 p.m. and end at 6 p.m. so that members go back home earlier. Time management during the meeting and the community work shall be observed. Fine Uganda shillings 500. Rumor monging is prohibited. Fine 1,000. Next. Future prospects. Canonian SMU Corporation, we are looking forward to have the mentioned future plan below put in place by the year 2023. We are planning to have a quite maize miller and a packaging machine so that we can add value to our maize, which is growing by the group members and other community members for the better marketing through milling and maize blend. Will be used in animals and birds. This will assist us to increase on our household income. Another one, we have reliable and quality irrigation pumps so that we can produce our agro products throughout the year instead of waiting the seasons. To increase the available land for farming so as
to produce products on a large scale. Canon SMU has also planned to start another project of tents and chairs. Even we are going to start
a beekeeping project this year. Now, next. Conclusion. We wish to attend our sincere appreciation to the Central Environmental of Bomba District local government for the innovations and farm inputs through the Operation Wealth Creation. Uganda Women Empowerment Project and other livelihood projects, which is focused to eliminate poverty, which will lead us to middle income status community by the year 2022. We thank the Korean government for starting international movement because it has helped in community cooperation. Finally, I thank the Korean government and
Oh, I guess the connection is it's quite unstable, but that was a very great presentation, which he emphasized that to usher the rules and regulations, what we call institutionalized is the Saemaul Undong, that he applied quite rules which actually form them to be quite institutionalized a movement of Saemaul Undong in Uganda. I had many projects. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Zimbe Nasser. Would you please give him the applause? Let me remind our presenters here. I think you were notified previously. Actually, each speaker has 10 minutes, and then we are quite lagging behind. So we'll immediately go to Dr. Fomi for the case of Allow PDR. Dr. Fomi. Obviously, that I would like to remind our presenters, we have 10 minutes of a time frame because of these time constraints that we will have to actually emphasize the points and the achievements we have made in the respective countries. Just let me remind you once again that we have a Q&A. Many people are actually they eager to hear of your experiences. So Dr. Fomi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Lee Jia-jin. So it's been a while we haven't met in person, but it's good opportunity to meet you again and presenting here in this important meeting. So my name again, Fomi Intichak, Deputy Director General of Department of Planning and Finance of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Lao PDR. So I have been involved in promoting or coordinating or support the establishment and also the implementation of the SMU in Laos since I was technical staff, and I have been visited Korea and attended the global Saemaul Leadership Forum twice in Korea already. So it's been pleasure again to present to you on the overseas success cases in Laos. Next, please. So it is I'm not sure if we get the right presentation here. I think what I have improved and send it to you is something else. Yeah, is it?
It is exactly what we have here. It's about the case of the villages in the Kansai province, and then Hansing Sawang provinces, and so on.
Okay, what I have been prepared with my team is something similar, but then we're starting differently. So can we go next? Okay, it will be something totally different from what I have. But anyway, so just to share with you the experience from my work and then my involvement in this SMU cases, as already mentioned by the Deputy Minister this morning, that since I think the SMU is also a successful cases that piloting in Laos PDR, including they at first started in Vientiane province, and then now we expand the activity to Boli Kham Sai province. In this the activities that I can tell you that we have my setting, is part of the education or training program, and also the community development that is like helping to pave the road for cleaner traveling and the better environment in the community, and also the livelihood improvement through the providing the greenhouse and so on, so that the farmers can better grow their crops. And in this case, in Udom Sai, it's in Boli Kham Sai, it's the education here. It's part of the work that we help to develop the mindset for the farmers involved in this SMU. So we have different training, so that we provide them different the option for the way of their living or the production methodology. And yeah, I think the last one is also okay, so you can go next. By the way, maybe something wrong with the preparation. Professor Lee, should I continue, or should someone else continue first?
Perhaps then, in this case, can you check his presentation for us, please? In this case, then, what we have is this Saemaul cases.
That is the one that we prepare.
Okay. Okay. In this case, then, yeah, let us then go ahead with Dr. Fomi's original presentation. Could we just wrap it up in 10 minutes? Can we do that?
Sure. So somehow I already go nearly halfway. So can we go next slide?
Yeah.
Yes, it is just briefly, as Deputy Minister already mentioned, it's excellent model for rural development and poverty eradication. as piloted in Laos also, established in 2009. That is from 2009 for 2014. We organized in Vientiane province in 4 villages plus 3 model villages. And then the second phase is 2015, 2019. Also 4 villages and plus 3 model villages in Vientiane province and also Vientiane capital. And the current phase is 2000 to 2024. That is in Vientiane province and Boli Kamsai. Next. So 3 main activity, as already mentioned to you, that we have. The first one is the mindset, training, as to educate the villagers or people who are beneficiary who attended in the program, for them to choose what is the better way of doing their livelihood or the cultivation for their better livelihood. Then the second one, we help to increase income. Now that is, for example, providing the greenhouse and other material for the farmers to improve their production. For example, from only 1 or 2 seasons per year, they can increase to 4 or 5 seasons per year for their crop production, especially the vegetable, green vegetable. And then the last one is develop for a better environment. For example, road. All the villagers can together, with the support from the SMU, some money, some cement and other material. Then the people help together to build their own road. So after this implementation, after the implementation of these SMU activities, so their life is getting better, meaning they have clean environments, no dust when they're traveling, and they're not affecting to the people are living along the road, and then they have better income. Next. And it is the example of how the system works. So the team of the SMU expert helps the villagers to set their development plan with the SMU and the government officer. And after that, the local people, they conduct and then also lead by the team of the officer, the local officer. Next. And it is some data about on the villages that have been involved in the project. And here also showing that your right-hand side, upper right-hand side, you can see our he's a former prime minister now, but he's now the president of the Lao PDR, Mr. His Excellency Thonglun Sisulit. So he visited the project site. So it's to prove that it is a working system. Next. And this is the example for the the community development, as for example the road paving for better environment and ease traveling. So you can see people are working together, but the material is received from the SMU program. So this is a case is the school, that very own school, and then get the support from the SMU to renovate the the school. So you can see the green color proving that it is from the SMU. Next. And it is part of the education part or the training as to, you know, to keep the mindset. So SMU work with the Thailand. So we have group of farmers to visit the for a study tour, and also part of the training. So not only in Thailand, but also in Korea. Next. And it is also the visual training. So because of the COVID-19 this year, and it's hard to travel in the for the bigger group. So it is decided that the online or visual training is organized for 2021. And we thought that it's going to be good. We will visit Korea again, but again, Omicron came and we cannot visit again this time. And it is an example of the work done for the greenhouse. This is to promote for better production of vegetable production. Especially this help a lot during the winter and also the raining season for some crop that doesn't like too much water. They can grow much better. Next. And it is example of the road paving or reconstruction. I mean, construction of the road, the concrete road that is part of the project for 2021. And many people are working together. So it is something that we have seen in Laos since 30 years ago, but not recently. But with this program, we can see this scene again, where all the villagers are together helping each other to build their own road, so that they have something that their own production, and they will take a good care of the road by themselves. Next. And it is also the example of the road. So we have different places, starting from prepare the leveling the soil, and then came to the paving. Next. And that's it. So thank you very much. So overall, I concluded again that after implementing the SMU program, so the people in the project site have developed their livelihood. They have better livelihood. They can produce more vegetable to get enough for product for consumption, and also selling to the market. And they have better clean environments, because they don't have dusty road. And we are looking forward to expand this project further. And on behalf of the Department of Planning and Finance, I'm supervising the international cooperation. So I'm ready to support the activity in Laos to expand further to other villages. And I wish you all healthy, safety from COVID-19. And thank you very much. ขอบใจหลายๆ
Outside Dr. Fogmi, his presentation actually emphasized this strategic objective of Saemaul London, which is income generation, and then improving of village environment, and then mindset changes. This COVID-19, post-COVID, this COVID-19 training process is very much of interest of ours, so that how we can account for this pandemic. Perhaps that we will defer this question to the Q&A session. So that we'll just immediately move to the next session, which will be okay. I was told that there was some connection problem. So in this case, we immediately move to Fiji in this case. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dopanivalo, we are ready to hear you. Hello. Okay, so you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
From the Fiji Islands. This is our project at Saemaul village. Currently ongoing, this is the second year of the project. We started in 2020, and this is the second year. Next. This is where the village is, an aerial view of Saemaul village in the province of Namosi in the Fiji Islands. Next. This is the content of our presentation, village introduction, 2021 projects, our priority areas, main and the existing challenges, and some pictures from the projects. Next. Okay, now introduction. Saemaul village is situated 40 kilometers from Suva, from the main city, towards Navua town. Traveling is about 50 minutes by car from the main city. Saemaul village is located in the Namosi province, which is one of the 5 provinces in the Central Division. The village consists of 115 households with a total population of 524. Some villages travel to the main city for work, while majority rely on small-scale farming and fishing as a source of income. Next. This is the currently ongoing projects for the year. The village is undertaking the water improvement projects, community hall upgrading, waste management, the incinerator project, and the evacuation center completion. Those are the 4 main projects, 4 main projects that the village of Saemaul is currently undertaking. Internet. The priority area, the main priority area is the improvement of the water project for the village. This includes the upgrade of the old existing dam, the laying of water pipes at elevated areas to maintain water pressure, fixing of water tanks, connecting water pipes to affected households. Those are the priority areas that the villagers of Saemaul are currently working on this year. The question is why we prioritize water dam improvement. The village only had a few houses when the first dam was constructed. Many more houses have been built in the past few years due to more village population. houses now also built on high areas due to rising sea level on the lower side of the village. Water pressure is not able to cater for houses on higher areas. Many times there's always no water in those many houses. Ministry of Health have also recommended that we need water supply to all houses. Many sicknesses also arise from the lack of fresh water supply. That is why we identify this as a priority need during our workshop last year. Next. The main challenges. One of the main challenges in these water projects is the distance and method of transporting dam materials to the site. Materials are usually offloaded in front of the village. Then it's transported up the creek about 2 kilometers up the creek again. Materials are then carried by men on shoulders for a few kilometers to the dam, for another kilometers to the dam. These are the main challenges, but this is where we are using the concept of SMU working together and carrying up all these dam materials to the dam. Next. Future development. More houses will be built on higher ground as the village is overcrowded. The village evacuation center is also on the high ground. Also, the same source or water supply system must reach all those houses on higher ground. Also, the same source can be supplied across the river to the school, as the school also face water problems at times. Next. The benefits. The new upgraded water system will benefit the whole village, consisting of 152 households and 452 villages. All the old and the young people, as well as the whole schools community. Those are some of the pictures, the photos during the construction of the dam. This is the runabout where all the materials are unloaded and loaded into this fiberglass boat, which will travel another 2 kilometers to the point where they all unloaded it. It's in the second photo. Next. Next. This is how they carry the materials to the dam. Materials move to dam on handy carry. Next. Those are the construction of the dam, the reinforcement steel construction. Next. Gender equality, girls also help in the construction of the dam. That is the new dam. Additional column by 4 to brace dam wall. Next. That's the new dam height. It's an increase from 2 meter to 3.5 meter. Old dam, the capacity for the old dam is 60,000 liters. The new dam now is 600,000 liters capacity. Next, please. Steel rods for reinforcement with solid concrete fill on the new dam. Next, please. This is the old dam, and this is the new one. This is the capacity of the old dam, 60,000 liters. And this is the new one of 600,000 liters. That's all from Fiji. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the Korean government for supporting Mau village. And we are looking forward to our third year of engagement with the Korean SMU projects next year. And also looking forward for some training from Korea on income generating activity on how to run small businesses within our village. Thank you very much. Binaka.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was a very impressive. The reservoir of water actually increased by 10 times. Of course, that this was actually attributable to the participation as well as cooperation of all the villagers. We really appreciate the achievement that Fiji SMU has made. Thank you very much again. Then we'll go to Uganda. We'll invite Mr. Kayongo. Mr. Kayongo, are you there?
Hello.
Okay, Mr. Kayongo, you have 10 minutes to let us know that your achievement in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to present the SMU status in Uganda. And my presentation. Okay. Hello. Okay.
Okay, we have your presentation here. Hello.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to present the 7 model villages we are having right now in Uganda. Next. Next. My name is Kayongo Stephen, the SMU coordinator in Uganda. Next.
Hello, Mr. Kayongo, are you there? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, in Uganda, we are having 7 model villages this year in Kayonga district. And I would like to present what we are doing right now. Next. Next. Yeah, Uganda is located in East Africa. And when you see on the map of Uganda, those are the areas where Saemaul has reached. We have reached in over 60 districts of Uganda. And as you can see on the map. Next. Uganda SMU started in 2009 with 2 model villages of Saemaul and Katereke in Nsangi sub-county. And by that time, we had only 2 villages, but as of today, we have 603 active Saemaul villages in Uganda, with over 20,000 Saemaul members. In 2015, and currently, we have 7 model villages in Kayonga district, Kangulme Town Council. In the 2014, Uganda SME Mobile School was established in Uganda, and this mobile school extended the SMU model and have taken place there. Next. Next. The background of SMU in Uganda, there are challenges before SMU and during the SMU in Uganda. We laid these are some of the plans which were laid to overcome challenges in Uganda. Training has done a lot to improve the model in Uganda. We have encouraged long test projects in Uganda villages and to eliminate conflicts, to emphasize the villagers, to give accountability to their members concurrently on joint projects. We also emphasize the slogan of SMU is not a movement of words, but of action. Action should speak louder than words. We have mobilized the youth to join SMU, and most of them are students who shall change the future. We encourage village fundraising and democratic elections of leaders after 3 years, and we also organize a national workshop or convention every year. Next. These are some of the causes, success stories, or achievements of SME in Uganda. Number one, there's a big number of women participating in SMU activities, whereby in the beginning only men were participating, but today a big number of women are also participating in SMU work. The youth have also participated in the model under their name, Uganda SME Youth Forum. The government has come in to support best SME village by offering seed, financial help, and guidance to them. The living conditions and housing conditions have been improved in our villages. Even water systems have been improved in these villages and no longer share water with animals as it was before. Next. So these are some of the causes of what has improved, led to the growth of SME in Uganda. Number one, the priority villages encouraged other villages to establish SMU self-help in their localities. Secondly, the Uganda Saemaul Mobile School, which was born in Katereke Model Village in 2014, has done a lot to extend the model to other parts of Uganda. The diligent and committed SMU leaders in some villages has greatly led to the growth of SMU in Uganda. Villages with passionate and committed members have grown rapidly. Continuous trainings and village visits by the coordinators motivates villagers, and the on-site training courses in Uganda has done a lot to make SMU grow in Uganda. Villages with passion to develop in Uganda grow faster, not depending on others, but willing to change their village. Next. We are going to see the photo, some of the photo materials in our 7 model villages of Kayunga district, which began this very year. And these villages include Chiwalas, Sona, Kangulumira, Kasambia, Seta, Chibugu, and Kalagala. Next. That was the water source before SMU activities began in this village of Kangulumira. People used to share water with animals, and they could get some diseases like bilharzia and diarrhea. Next. This year, through support of Korea Saemaul Center and the villagers' contribution, villagers of Kangulumira have been able to get better source of water, borehole, three boreholes, and the water in the area has been improved. Next. Okay, yes, you can see there are also income increasing project, which this is self-help. Village members of Kangulumira mobilize funds, and this time they do what we call addition of value to their fruits. That is jackfruit. They dry it using dry and dryers. Next. They are drying their fruits to add value on their fruits, which was not there before. Next. You can see that they have packed their fruits ready for selling. And this project has increased the villagers' income of Kangulumira. Next. That was a water source in this village before SMU. People used to take water, and this water was always contaminated by animals. Next. Next. Yeah, that was the kind of water which was being used by certain village members. And this water was always dangerous because cows, pigs used to come and use the same water with people in the village. You can see village members coming together to clean their water area to make it better. Next. This year, through support from Korea Saemaul Center, the villagers of Seta village have been able to construct better water wells with support from Korea Saemaul Center and the villagers' contribution. And now the situation has changed. Next. That is a new water source in the Seta village in Kayunga district. Next. You can see people, village members enjoying water, they are coming for water. This water source is being shared among over 60 households. Next. In Seta SME model village, they also have passion fruit growing, which is an income increasing project. And it has helped a lot to increase their household income. Next. They also have passion fruit growing in their village of Seta. Next. In Seta village, they also have banana plantation, and this is one of the best projects that is helping them to get daily income for their homes as members of Seta village. Next. This was the kind of water source people Kangulumira we are using before. Next. Next. But through SMU support and the villagers' contribution, members of Chugu have been able to get boreholes, and now they have got clean water. Next. That is water source in Chugu. Next. And this is also a project of pineapple in Chugu SME model village in Kayunga. Next. You can see village members coming together to clean their farm. And this project has increased their income. That is rice farming in Chugu village. Members of Chugu have got some income now. Every month, they can raise over $200 per month to increase and improve their household income. Next. That is a nursery bed of Kasambia. Kasambia SMM village this year majored in tree planting projects. Because of deforestation in their area, they have majored in tree planting, as you can see in the photo. Members coming together to clear the bush for their nursery bed. Next. So this tree plantation has got a lot of, it's going to help the community to improve the environment, and in the future, this tree will be used for firewood and timber. Members coming together for potting seedlings. Next. Even the children, the women, the youth are also participating in the project. You can see the nursery bed now of Kasambia after it was that planted the trees. Next. And these trees, this time members are planting trees. After some period of time, they began to plant trees alongside the roads and their compounds, as you can see in the photo above. Next. Villagers coming together, and today you can see that they are planting trees along the road, their roads. And in the future, this community is going to look very beautiful because of this tree plantation project. Next. They have also constructed a storage area because they have materials like gumboots, hoes, pangers, which they normally use during tree plantation. So they built a storage area where they keep their materials in Kasambia village. Next. They also have a maize income project, a maize farming project in Kasambia. That's a self-help project where members mobilize and also get money for their community project. Next. They also have ceramics or pottery in Kasambia SME village. Next. And this is Sona village. They planted trees also in their community to conserve their environment. Next. They are cleaning land for their plantation. Next. That's the seedling, the tree seedlings in Sona. Next. Next. They also planted the watermelon alongside the trees in their plant, in their farm. Next. Next. The Sona village members also have a bigger project where they are expecting some big income in future. And then this is also a pineapple project in this village, pineapple farming project. Next. In Kalagala village, people had such kind of houses before SMU. Next. These are the houses people have been using in Kalagala village. But due to some amount of support and the members' contribution, they have been able to construct over 15 houses and renovate some houses in their village. Next. So from those houses, they have been able to change the houses in their community in Kalagala village. Next. Next. That's a village Kalagala. They also have portrait project that is helping them a lot. Next. Then at Chiwalasi, they have Chiwalasi village, they have got passion fruit farming, which is also one of the best income projects in the area. Next. In Chiwalasi, and Kalagala people, they have made it in-house improvement this time, as you can see. That was a house before. Next. These are kind of the houses in Kalagala and Chiwalas villages. Next. Today they have improved their houses, as you can see. Next. You can see the beauty and the environment is changing because of SMU in their communities. Next. And they have also got a Pigal project, which is an income increasing project in Kalagala village. Next. And they've got a table mat project making in this village of Kalagala. All these projects are increasing their income. And today, when you go to such villages, you can see a big change in their mindset and income increase. Next. They've got pineapple farming also and banana. Next. I would like to conclude my presentation by thanking Korea SMU Center and the Korea government for the support given to Uganda. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. That was absolutely astounding results that you and your team have made. As we are very much appreciating the number of the acting SMU villages that they have created, and then they are leading now in Uganda, which is about 600 more SME villages that are currently active in Uganda with a population of less than 50 million. So we actually congratulate you for these great achievements. Then next presentation will be done by the leader, SMU leader from Fiji. Sorry, is it Papua New Guinea? We heard out Fiji already. So Mr. Uno? Mr. Uno? Oh, thank you very much for waiting. All right, Mr. Uno, that let us hear from you. So you have 10 minutes. Thank you. So you may start if you're ready.
Thank you, Jan. Next slide, please. That's the outline of my presentation, which I will present regarding the SMU projects in PNG. Next slide, please. Okay, brief background of SMU in PNG. SMU was first introduced to PNG by Mr. late Asum Yong. He's a Korean, but based in Papua New Guinea for more than 35 years. And SMU was started in 2012 in one of the villages in the Eastern Highlands province of Papua New Guinea, which is Kafana village. And that village used to be a garbage dump for Goroka town, the hometown for Eastern Highlands, for the last 25 years. But through SMU, it has transformed. In 2013, the Eastern Highlands provincial government had accepted the SMU concept, and they supported with some funding to support the program to be rolled out in the province. And also the Eastern Highlands PNG SMU Center has been working very cooperatively with our Korea SMU Center, PNG Embassy in Seoul and Department of Foreign Affairs in Papua New Guinea, and the Korea Embassy in PNG to implement the SMU. In 2012 to 2017, PNG has been recognized as the participating village in the Korea SMU Center. So what we did in PNG is we implement the
SMU based on the three principles, basically the diligence, self-help, and cooperation. So in 2018, the SMU Center and the Korean government have recognized the participation of PNG and has recognized PNG as one of the pilot projects. So SMU have chosen 4 pilot villages in the Eastern Highlands province. So they are Kafana, Kafuku, Buspata, and Henagaru. So the project will end in 2022. And SMU Center has also supported, given incentive to some of the self-help villages. We have 2 villages so far. One is Faganofi, which was supported in 2020. And the other one is Cafe Tuku that is coming up this year. By probably next week or after next week, they will be getting their support. All in all, we have around 35 SMU participating villages throughout Papua New Guinea. Among them, 10 are self-help villages who are actively involved in the SMU program in the country. Next slide, please. So the objective of the presentation that I will present, the main aim is to eradicate poverty through SMU in rural villages in Papua New Guinea, purposely to make them become wealthy and self-reliant. The objective one of this presentation is to reflect on some of the SMU success or achievement from 2018 to 2021, and also to highlight the government support from the provincial government in the Eastern Highlands province, as well as the national government support to the implementation of SMU in Eastern Highlands as well as Papua New Guinea. The objective 3 is to institutionalize SMU concept for a sustainable rural development in PNG in a holistic approach. Next slide. So the next slide shows the pilot villages. As you can see, we have on the left, we have the map of Papua New Guinea on the top. And then the red color in there indicates the Eastern Highlands province that is in the center of the country. So that is the place that we piloted the SMU program, the projects. So you can see indication of the villages in numerical order from 1 to 4. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So these are the each pilot village projects. And we have the profile for each villages are given there. I'm presenting the whole villages, the project together. So as you can see, we have profile for each village, and for Kafana, Kafuku, Buspata, and Henagaru. So this is the brief profile of the village. So you can continue on the next slide, please. Okay, this is the important part of it, where we have the SMU implementation projects. The table there shows from 2018 to 2019. So we have the village on the left column and proposed projects by each village and completion status and comment towards the right column. So as you can see, we have the villages themselves, they have chosen projects through their general meeting, what they want to do in their villages. So each villages have selected the projects and they implemented the projects. So we have the summary of the status completion report. As you can see on the column there, because there are 4 villages, for me to go through each one of them will take a bit of time, but by looking at it and giving the overall achievement of the projects implemented from year 2018 to 2019, we have almost 90 to 100% the achievement of the projects that has been selected by each village. And you can see there, one of the things that I want to highlight in there, we have also we have non-agricultural projects that can also help to generate income. Like for example, we build a housing project for the villagers, especially the SMU members in each village. So the amount of money that is allocated for the housing will be still repaid over time. So through our executive meeting, through PNG SMU Center, a meeting with all the SMU president for each village, in our meeting, we agreed that individual recipient of the house will pay 50 kina per month in PNG kina. So that means over time, it will reach up to the amount that was spent. So that money will come back to their cooperative association. So later on, the leaders can sit down and then whatever projects that they want to implement or start in their villages, they can use that money to do that. So that's one of the things that we do in here. So apart from other agricultural projects. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows the project implemented from 2020 to 2021. 2020 to 2021. So 2021, the project is still ongoing, even though we have challenges of COVID-19 that is also affecting the progress of development in each village. 2021, we were hit hard by the coronavirus. So we lost three of our members, SMU members. One of them is the chairman for Kafana village, also passed on. So that's what we did. And as you can see on the presentation table there, we have some of the projects in 2020, they are completed, and the one that is given in 10%, 40%, 50% there, and yet it's the current project that is going on in the villages. So approximately at an average of 60 to 100% from year 2020 to 2021, we have implemented the project. So from 30 to 60% is the projects implemented for 2021, and 60 to 100% is the project implemented from 2020, because some projects are ongoing projects, so it's continue on this year as well. So like for the housing, like I've already said, we paid 50 kina for per month, and that revenue comes back into the association to support in whatever projects that they will do in the future. Continue on with the next slide, please. This is some of the achievement, as you can see in the picture there. On your left, we have Kafana SMU Village Resource Center. So that was constructed in 2019 and completed in 2020. Like in that building, they have generated already 12,000 PNG kina, like in terms of accommodation and hire of the conference room that it's on use now, that people come in and they use. Towards the right, you can see it's Henagaru SMU Village Resource Center that is located in one of the remotest area in the province. And that used to be a 7-meter mountain high. So they leveled that 7-meter mountain down and then they put up that building up. So it was funded by SMU and they generated an income of almost 6,000 PNG kina. So that is the money that is coming into the account to sustain and support their programs at the village. So that's part of the non-agricultural projects implemented by SMU project. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows the honeybee projects that is common in all the villages. So we have the villages and number of beehives. When I say beehives, I'm referring to the number of box. If we have 3 sets of box, it's a complete hive. We don't count one single box, but we count hives. So that means the hives, whatever is harvested from there is for sale. So we only get the harvest from the hives. So from sales from 2018, 2019, and 2020, you can see the amount of money that is received. Like Bushpata has already made 4,000 PNG kina. Kafuku made already 4,000 PNG kina. Henagaru 3,000 and Kafana 2,600 PNG kina. So this is some of the achievement that was made so far in the village that implemented the SMU projects. So I'm only selecting what is the common project that was used in all the villages, but they also have other projects that they did in their village. Next slide, please. So some of the other projects like Kafuku village is into poultry projects. So as you can see, this is the broiler chicken has been raised and sold at the market at around 30 kina for one. So the first sales, they make around 1,500 PNG kina, and the second sales, they generated 3,000 PNG kina. So that's one example of other projects, agriculture project that is been done in other SMU villages. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows the type of housing projects. So that is for average income earner in the village that has been given the housing. The one on the left is with the semi-structure for lower income family, and the one on the right is permanent structure for average income family, because they also contributed some money to build their house, while the SMU project has counterfund some. So the SMU project counterfunded money will still be repaid through the loan over time. As part of the rentals, they will pay back to the association 50 kina per month until they reach the amount that was spent by the project. Next slide, please. And this is some of the beautification program. On the right, you can see that's part of the beautification program in Kafuku village. On the left and on the right, that's Kafana Road. And where you see that flowers and you see the road and you see the background there, that used to be a garbage dump for 25 years. But now this thing has no longer existed since the implementation of SMU to this village. Next slide, please. So let's look at the government support to SMU projects in PNG. We are having a good support from the central government through the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. And they are also helping in supporting through PNG Embassy in Seoul. And also they work very hard to facilitate the MOU signing. So we should have signed the MOU with the Korean Ministry of Safety and Interior at this DSLF, but unfortunate that because of the COVID-19, we couldn't make it. But this was one of the achievements that now the central government has taken that initiative to support the SMU at that level. So we are very fortunate to thank the PNG Foreign Affairs to take that initiative to support the implementation of PNG SMU in the country. And also we thank the Eastern Highlands Provincial Government and its administration. They have been very supportive since 2013. They have also given 50,000 PNG kina in 2018 and 19 to each pilot village projects. And they have also given 20,000 kina last year. But this year, due to financial situation and challenges that we are having in the country, we have not given any support. But hopefully by next year, they will be given some support. But Eastern Highlands Provincial Government has been playing a very important role to support our SMU program. As you can see the picture on the right side, we have the check that is presented by SMU manager, Mr. Ino Kiapimo, to one of the participating the pilot village. And towards the left, we have the Deputy Secretary for Foreign Affairs and International Director. They also visited our project site. So we are having a good support now from the provincial and the central government. So it looks good for SMU in PNG in the future. Next slide, please. So we also look at the institutionalization of SMU concept at a bigger picture. So we have the ambassador of the Republic of Korea to PNG, His Excellency Kang, have also visited the proposed site for PNG SMU Training Institute. He was invited to visit the SMU project, and he was very impressed. And he visited the site that we proposed to set up a training center for SMU leaders in Papua New Guinea. And also, we have worked very closely with the University of Goroka. We intend to offer a Bachelor of Rural Development degree program. So since 2018, we have worked together to put up a degree program. So we also have some SMU courses in there, integrated with SMU courses. And we are talking with the PSPS at the Yangnam University for further cooperation as to how we can institutionalize SMU at that level. So we also have senior researcher from Korean Embassy met with some of the senior lecturers at the University of Goroka regarding this program. Next slide, please. So we also have coordinators visiting the SMU villages, the remotest parts, as you can see on the left side. We are working very closely with our SMU leaders, the members and the leaders as well. We are sleeping with them, we are eating with them, and we are working with them to see what they're doing in their village and what are their challenges and what other things that can be very helpful for them to support their program and the projects at the village. So also we are having and conducting the on-site training in each villages because they have set up their own resource center, so that makes it easier for us. Thank you to Korea SMU Center for purchasing laptops and projectors to support the program in each village. So far, so good. We have conducted, last year, we have conducted on-site training, early this year for one village. And after next week, by next week, we should conduct on-site training for the other 3 villages. And thank you to SMU Center for very good support. Next slide, please. So this is how the on-site training is conducted. As you can see, we have the guest of honor coming from the Foreign Affairs Department, the Deputy Secretary, who also witnessed and presented the certificate to the participant at the closing ceremony. So it is very good to have someone, senior official from the central government to come down, and we can see the future for SMU in PNG is coming good at this point in time. Next slide, please. And also we are having a symposium or workshop towards the end of the year where all the villages, they come and they presented their cases. We also invited academics, policymakers, and also some of the senior government officials from the central government to come and witness and participate together in and share the experience of SMU. And we also invited participating villages to come and see how other villages are sharing their success experience. In that way, we motivate and encourage them to push forward to go back and do something good in their villages. So that's what we do end of every year. This year, we will host another workshop for 2021 in December 20. Next slide, please. So in our implementation of SMU since 2018 to now, we have also experienced some challenges. So these are some of the challenges that we also having. Due to geographical setting and landscaping of Papua New Guinea, it's also difficult to reach the other parts of the country, especially to implement SMU. And people's mindset is also a major challenge to us. It takes time for them to change. And income generation is a major challenge. Not that all villages have sustainable income at the moment, but gradually and slowly we will get there as we are doing our best. And COVID-19 has affected SMU work progress in 2020 and 2021. As a result, we have some of our members have died. But we also have way forward that we can overcome the challenges. With the MOU that will be signed, will enable us to spread the SMU nationwide. Despite the geographical settings, we will have the PNG government, the central government will support, so that will take the initiative to give a good support where we can push to other places that is yet to be reached. And we have self-help and participating villages will be advised to focus on income generation in the future so that we can have a sustainable income. And institutionalization of SMU is to set up a training institute and also a rural development degree coincide with the SMU. That is very significant to be considered for SMU sustainability. And also we strictly considered and maintained COVID protocol in all our SMU villages to implement the projects. And next slide, please. To conclude my presentation, there are some clear lessons that emerge from Korea's extraordinary rural transformation and the Saemaul Undong, which has adapted to PNG context. And we have seen that. And the results that PNG SMU Western provides a viable model with integrated solution to multiple problems in rural areas. In the past 4 years, and since 2012 we started, we have seen that. Like one example is Kafana village. We have changed the 25-year-old garbage dump into a modern model village that has attracted so many people in this country to visit. And we consider village as a basic unit to propagate Saemaul Undong and rural development in this country as a way forward. So with that, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Uno. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your absolutely extraordinary presentations and lessons that you told us. I'm sure the Saemaul Undong Center will upload these presentations at the homepage so that we all can share these outstanding experiences of the success. But as you've noted, there are also challenges they have identified. Of course, these challenges that they may be kind of idiosyncratic. They are not really universal. But actually, this can be overcome by this SMU model, which I argue is based on private and then public sector partnership. So I call it, I dubbed it at the PPP level. So how do we then improve these policies towards the SMU and their practices? So that we have invited some experts so they can tell us what a policy and policy measures can do to account for these challenges that these experts and leaders have identified. So with that, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Then we'll again be with you. Thank you very much, those presenters. Thank you.
네, 잠시 10분 쉬었다가 두 번째 세미나 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 장시간 동안 발표해 주신 발표자들
Let's take a 10 minutes break and then be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
10분 뒤 4시 10분에
So after 10 minutes, we will resume at 4:10.
네, 두 번째 세미나를 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 참석자분들께서는 모두 자리로 위치해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 2부 세미나를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 세미나 1부에 이어서 2부에서는 각국의 농촌개발 정책과 그 새마을 운동을 어떻게 접목할 것인지에 대한 발표와 토론을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 2부 세미나도 역시
So Professor Lee will lead this session again. Let's give him a big round of an applause.
예, 고맙습니다. Hi, friends and colleagues out there. Thank you very much for waiting. I thank you, SMU Center, Madam Park, and Dr. Zhang to invite the great scholars here. I'm really honored to introduce these participants of this session. We have Dr. Kamrol, and then Dr. Sanjeev, and then Dr. Bongsavan, and then Dr. Muangwa from Uganda also. So should we just hear out their introduction, self-introduction first? Dr. Kamru, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes,
Would you
I have been working. I have been working with SMU since
Okay.
2007. It is almost 1.5 decade.
Yeah, and then Dr. Sanjeev? Dr. Sanjeev? Namaste, namaste. Say hello to our audiences here. They're greatly.
Namaste, I'm Sanjeev from Nepal. Very nice to meet you here in online. And I wish you everybody a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, Dr. Bongsaban?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm acting director of Lao Career Rural Development Training Center under the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And nice to meet you and great to join this very important event today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ong Bongsaban is a Deputy DG of Ministry of Agriculture. And then also Dr. Mwangwa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mwanga James, School of Economics, Makerere University. I've had the opportunity to be with the Saemaul and other related programs in the Republic of Korea since 2017.
Thank you. Thank you. Makerere University is a very renowned university and then a very historic university in East Africa. So we are eager to hear out these experts. So they will tell us all about this suggestions and then recommendations at the policy level. So let me first invite Dr. Kamru. We hear out from his findings and arguments pertaining to the improving the policies pertaining to this Saemaul Undong. How do we strengthen this public and private partnership and the relationship at the policy level? So, Dr. Kamru, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Respected Chair, Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the title of my presentation is Sharing Rural Development Case of Saemaul Dong in Bangladesh and Role of SME post-COVID-19 world. Ladies and gentlemen, I have involved with localizing SMU in Bangladesh since 2007. It is almost 1.5 decade. I was the project director of a Bangladesh government and COICA supported community development project for 4 years. It's in a formal community development started in Bangladesh in 1963 throughout the nationwide application of Kumilla model of rural development. Farmers' organization was the key aspect of community development at the time. Over the decades, this farmers' organization changed to comprehensive village development community. There is one organization in one village, and all villagers are the members of this village-based organization. In 2005, 16 years ago, this community development program started replication throughout the country in phases. 20 of such villages from 2 areas were selected for localizing SMU in 2008. So the name of the project was Integrated Community Development Project in Burichong sub-district of Bangladesh, duration July 2008 and February 2012. Implemented 20 villages, evaluation done at the end of the project. So before launching the project, I just at the time I just synthesized the spirit of Saemaul Dong and our community development program, the values of our community program in the light of diligence, self and cooperation. It is there in 3 columns. It is a big story, so I'm not going to detail that one. Just it is there. On the basis of that, I formulated a project for 4 years that ran about from 2008 to 2012. So at the end of the project, just to give you a sense, because only 10 minutes presentation, so I'll just give you the key messages. This is the details program. So this is one book that was published by the Koika, that was written by me. So it is a book of about 160 pages. So I'm not going that one, but just to give you a sense that how the economical change took place at the time. In 2009, the benchmark was $1,370 in one area. And in 2020, when I surveyed, then it is 3,361, almost 2.5 times. In other area in 10 villages, it is $1,692, and in 2020, it is 3,162, and national average is 2,091. So this is the impact of SEMU project in that area. So non-monetary gains, other factors are there. Non-monetary gains are there. That is, the mindset change was there, and leadership also took place, and law order situation took place in the area in the 20 villages, and development of the capacity of the primary education took place. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the second point, that is the COVID and responses to the village societies. What are the village societies done against the COVID? So it is a big story. I just picked up three slides to give you a sense, because only 10 minutes presentation. So the infection rate, the COVID infection status in villages under cooperative society. I selected 5 village-based cooperative societies, and to give you a sense, out of 20. And this is that the village-based societies, the COVID infection take place, varies from, COVID infection take place from 4 societies out of the 5. 4 societies where the people are infected with the COVID-19. And number of infection varied from 2 to 55, death varied from 1 to 12, and vaccinated from 10 to 750 in 4 villages. And it is a story of in August 2021. So the poverty in all villages increased due to the impact of the COVID, and poverty that poverty level it is increased from 8.8% to 25% in all villages, 5 villages. So this is to give you the sense about the project. Now, what are the plans of these cooperative societies? What is the village-based societies? Those are running in the spirit of SMU and Kumilla model of rural development. So they suggested, they give us 8 different opinions. They will do 9 different opinions, and out of these 9 opinions, 6 opinions are by their village organization, by themselves, and 3 opinions from the government. 3 support the need from the government. Then the first one is the enhanced credit program in terms of both volume and number. 100% the responses I got it. Will arrange training on different trades to enhance income generating activities of cooperative. It is 100% coming. And will enhance regular deposit of share in savings to mobilize capital. So it is 100%, let's say. And adopt more development projects under the village. It is 100%. Adopt support and services. Added support and support service will be provided to the cooperatives. It is 100%. And will enhance income through developing marketing channels of agriculture produce. 60% of the respondents opine that way. And in case of this cooperative, this village-based organization, they seek 3 different support from the government. Will get trade-based training from the government for the cooperatives. And they enhance the support and service will be needed from the government organizations. Government organizations, they are at the sub-district level. Around 22 government organizations are there. So they need added support from this village, the government, sub-district level. And arrange credit facilities for the cooperatives with low interest and without interest for distinct time periods. They need some credit support in volume, because in most cases, the cooperative organization provided credit from their own capital. But due to the COVID-19, they need extra support from the government. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of my presentation, role of SMU in the post-COVID-19 world. It seems to me, after working with SMU almost 1.5 decades, and the approach of localizing SMU should be broad-based. I put here 6 broad suggestions for kind consideration. The first one is the coordination. So coordination is there, the coordinated planning and budgeting of SMU development works, including project implementation in underdeveloped and developing countries, between and among the SGL, COICA, KRC, PSPS, and related organizations can help effective localizing SMU in post-COVID-19 world. That is my first suggestion. And because you know that to give you a sense one that all this organization working in different ways. To give a PSPS in Yangnam University, they give graduations on PS on Saemaul Dong, 40 to 45 students every year, master degree, from 30 to 35 countries. So this can be related where possible. Then carry out close cooperation between among the state organization in implementation and monitoring of SMU works in different countries, ensure better and effective localizing SMU. And the last suggestion under this point, high-level committee with the representative of SGL, COICA, KRC, PSPS, and concerned organization can review the performance at regular interval. The second suggestion, project implements, that is one of the most important area in developing underdeveloped countries. To give you sense, in Bangladesh, the budget is 2020 and 21 and 22. It is about 42. It is about 4 billion US dollar. And out of this 42 billion US dollar, $26.8 billion have been invested for project implementation. It provides the employment. It provides the support the poor. So this type of projects where the COICA supported or the Korean government or the SLG supported, this should be take prime consideration to implement after the COVID situation. In the same way, I said that the mid-level and long-term projects are there in different countries. So their supported projects should be take immediate concern, immediate, that means observations to bring into the practice. So, ladies and gentlemen, the second was the development collaboration with international regional organizations. So, introduce collaboration international regional organization and use their platform for localizing the spirit of SMU. That is very important. And this morning, I learned that the one university from Nepal and SGL has signed an agreement. I appreciate from my core of my heart. That is a new venture. And at the same time, I request that the SGL can make a MEO with the Africa Asia Rural Development Organization. It is a 30-member, and many countries are common for SGL and for the ARDO is a knowledge hub because it works since 1960. So it becomes a practical knowledge hub of rural development in Africa and Asia. Therefore, strong linkages prevail between and among government channels of member countries with ARDO. So ARDO is also interested to work with the SGL. Similarly, CEDAP can be the platform. And even in Bangladesh, I say now I'm working with an organization, then Polli Daridra Vimochan Foundation, the largest poverty elevation foundation. And the chief executive of this organization, he was the director general of BARD at the time. He invested in 2008, the SMU. So he's taking the role of introducing SMU in his organization. Ladies and gentlemen, come to the point, establishment global research wing. This is my fourth suggestion, that global research wing is very important to generate data. And generation of data has got higher priority in SDGs of the United Nations. I put it here. So developing data systematically and use this data for further development will help SMU, localizing SMU in different countries. And research and regional research wing of SGL can be established. 4 to 5 research wing can be established on the subcontinent in the long run to ensure establishment of strong database and consistent sustainable SMU in different countries. And at the same, under this point, I give another suggestion. A keynote paper may be prepared and presented on generated data on different countries each year in Saemaul globally. This globally started here. Before that, at the end of before the start, we can listen a keynote paper on the SGL, combining the performance of the last year. And on the basis of that, a workshop can be done for one day, maybe extended 1 year. SGL conference can extend it 1 year. And that can give a fruitful results, I strongly believe. Then now the holding workshop. This workshop is not in Korea. It depends on the need of the basis. Workshop on the basis of the between among the member country and partner and local regional organization, if any, can help getting grassroots suggestions for better and effective localizing SMU. This workshop may encourage to hold in developing and underdeveloped countries, may involve few countries on the basis of need. Employment emphasis may be given to hold at least one workshop in a year. Cost sharing between and among the countries, community, and individuals can be encouraged of holding this workshop. And SGL can play the role of catalyst. The last point, slide of my presentation, the sharing program. Sharing of experience of localizing SMU one or more countries with other countries can organize by visiting and staying with the community people together. Key actors, community leaders, specialists, SGLS representatives of SMU implementers of one countries can visit to other countries, can intensively meet with the community people and can show know-how, how they overcome this, the way to localizing SMU. Leaders related to persons and developing workers of country could visit neighboring countries, stay there 1 or 2 days and exchange opinion and visit project area and talk with the community people there about Saemaul implementation. 3 to 4 personnel of a country during the SMU can visit this country. Cost sharing between and among the country's community and individuals can be encouraged following this type of exchange program. And again, I say that SGL can play the role of catalyst. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is over. I have talked too much. I don't like to torture on your patience, so I have to stop here. Thank you very much for your kind patience.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Actually, Dr. Kamrul is an editor, or he was an editor of this Korean Rural Development Association, and then its journal. So his recommendation was actually out Ghana, coming from his deep experiences of contemplating this Comilla development model, which is known as a Comilla model of rural development that has been a renowned model of rural development since 1960, born out of a reality of Bangladesh. And then now that it was very interesting that he actually integrated Saemaul model and this Comilla model of rural development in one seat. Of course, that as I said, that we will upload his presentation in our SMU Center's homepage. And then he actually recommended us 6-point policy suggestions. First one is that coordination among the donor agencies in Korea, such as SMU Center and then KOICA and so on. And then he also pointed us about this, the fallout of the COVID-19, which is, as he dubbed, poor gets poorer. In other words, that income polarization is getting much deeper as a result of this COVID-19. And then he wanted to address this issue as well. And then also the coordination among the international regional organizations. And then also establishing that SMU research arm. Interestingly, that Madam Park of a SMU Center, as well as Dr. Chang here, we had a discussion about this process. Still, it is not an official. And then 6th one was holding a workshop like what we have just now, so that we could have a common interest and a common experience success, and then challenges can be shared. And then this would be the kind of a insight of this exchange program, which is suggestion number 6. So Dr. Kamrul, thank you very much for your 6-point suggestions. And please don't go away. I think people have quite a lot of questions about this as to how to implement this one. Now, as Dr. Kamrul said, let me cut it short. I think I talked too much. Then let me introduce Dr. Sanjeev. Is it? Yeah. Dr. Sanjeev from Lumbini Buddhist University, which is a renowned university from Nepal. Interestingly, that he's also, as well as Dr. Kamrul, he studied and he earned his degree in Yonsei University in Korea. So he is no stranger to SMU and then Korean policymaking processes. So Dr. Sanjeev, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Namaste, and thank you, Professor Chair. I'm Sanjeev Magai. As the chair introduced, I am the coordinator here at International Center at Lumbini Buddhist University and coordinator of Saemaul, Korea also. I'm very happy to see you all. My special thanks to President Yom and International Bureau for selecting our university as the first global university to run the Saemaul Student Club. And this morning we have very wonderful MOU. Today I am going to talk about where is Nepal, what is its condition, and what community development program we have experienced, and what my research, which I have already submitted to the Saemaul Korea, suggest in the future. I'll try to keep the time. If you see here in the left-hand side, Nepal is in between Nepal is divided into 7 provinces, and among the provinces, the lower parts are in more vulnerable situation, which is pretty ironic because in lower part we have very fertile land. It's good for agriculture, but unfortunately, these areas are more vulnerable if you see our economy is interestingly service-based, and I think many of the countries here having similar issues with Nepal. We are, yes, Korean economy also is service-based, or service take the larger proportion of the economy, but industrialization is the main pillar. But Nepal has shifted from agriculture to directly to the service economy. That's a very big difference between Korea and Nepal. And I think many developing countries share the similar problem, and they are generating a different kind of a structural problem, which I think Saemaul movement have to address. And that's the thing I'm going to discuss with you today. If you see here, 30% of our GDP is based on remittance. At least one member of one family have abroad working experience, and tourism is one of the important part of our economy, which contribute to 10%, and the 45% government revenue it collects from the import-based revenue, and though and in the base of the development of the service economy, we have now more than 9,000 branches of the commercial banks in this small country. So if I go to the experience of the community development program, this morning our president also introduced that we have very popular slogan, let's make our village ourselves program, and Saemaul project also Nepal has experienced, and Nepal's community building, community forest program is very successful around the world. Among that, let's make our village program was started in 1994. It is still a popular slogan, and the basic idea was to give the budget to the local government so then they can make their plan themselves and expand by themselves, and they basically made the consumer community a committee and they expend the money. But does it convert it into a mass social movement? The question is no. It remained only the government project. It's supported by only a single party in our country. Does it strengthen the grassroots democracy? That's the big questions to us. And that's the research I'm doing, because what was the nexus between relations between Saemaul movement and the better grassroots democracy in Korea is my question this is ending. Is it producing a local leadership, or how can we compare it with the South Korean Saemaul movement? These are the questions I'm keeping in my mind in both academic research and making Saemaul plan in Nepal. If we project in Nepal, I think today we have Dr. Navraj Pontadai. Can you say hello, Navraj Dai? You can see the photo in the right upper part. I think President Navraj is here. He's the president of Saemaul movement in Nepal, and he is leading these whole movements from the past 1.5 decades, and he is doing very wonderful job here, encouraging people. And we have practiced the model village in Nepal, and we can see the significant change there. We can see it, we can realize by that. But still, there are some questions. The questions that we are raising together is that, as I say to you, that it has a significant change in society and economy, but does local government is following that policy in that area continually or not? That's the big questions we are asking ourselves. What is the main, why the local government are not taking ownership? Or how what is the linkage between the new social structure and the movement? Or how the national government are taking this? And are we doing enough research on these issues or not? Are we addressing the new problem that our society has or not? If you see here, I just saw you one this year, which is for the very popular food in Nepal. And it was not popular until the 10 years or 20 years before. It became certainly popular. And it is changing our food habit. So are we addressing these kinds of things or not? If you see, I saw this, I mentioned here one news here, 58% of Nepali children aged from 8 to 12 face the cyber risks. So our Saemaul movement is addressing these kinds of changing question or not, is our question we are continually asking. And we brought out with some solution. That solution is that first, make alliance of local government. Just do not leave one government, local government, or one area alone, because generating the creative idea together is important. And I think that's an important spirit of Saemaul movement. And the form committee of such alliance and make recognition of such alliance by the central government, then make MOU with Korea, Saemaul Korea. So if we do that process, in that process, I think we can generate the ownership. So for now, we are focusing on the 4 major issues. The first one is the household saving. People do not have a calculative life here. They earn 8 cents and spend $1 in a day. So every day they are in loss for 20 cents. And their kids are eating food outside, which is more expensive than the meal they have in the morning or evening. So it is important for themselves to calculate all income and expenses of the family. So that kind of education, the family, household income and expenditure educations, we are preparing one in Nepal. The second one is that who are working and who are not is different in each society. So we need a very systematic calculation of that, who are actually the unproductive population in village and how to convert them to the real productive population. So this is the second project we are developing. And the third one is that along with the Lumini Buddhist University and Saemaul Korea, we will go the policy of environmental protections, mostly the carbon neutral protections, and we'll do the campaign. And the fourth and important one, I think it's for every country, is that generating the trust. The developing countries are facing rapid socioeconomic change and political changes. And in that changes, the society is gradually dividing into the new borders. In the past, they might have the different division, and they are changing to the community level. They are changing the political ideology and other issues. So without certain level of trust, I think we cannot move forward, both economic and political development. So we are trying to generate the social trust through the combined infrastructure activities, realizing them that, oh, I need this village, I need this road. If our village is clean, then we live longer and work together on that direction. We are trying this to put these 4 components in the new Saemaul project here. And finally, one research I have completed recently and submitted to a journal, it finds that major differences between Nepal's community development approach and Korean Saemaul movement is that this Saemaul office at the central government was very important one, because it presented a model and created a competitive environment among the many villages, around 33,000 villages in South Korea. But in the case of Nepal, there was decentralized offices and decentralized competition. There was the one change, one of the major differences I have identified. And second one is that training to the local leader are the key, because the training has 2 impacts. The one impact is that while preparing the training, the Saemaul Korea continually thought about what is a democratic leadership. How can a leader can make people work by themselves? How can a local leader can motivate the local villagers? After all, these all are local democratic leadership. And the Saemaul Korea made such a plan and proposals and reports show encourage the leadership to be the local democratic. On the other hand, when there was the training for the local leaders, they share their experiences, and in that case, the spirit or the democratic leadership became more popular among the leader. So it goes to the village and the village. I think these two key make the differences in the Saemaul Korea in the local leadership. And I have just completed a research article. Hopefully, they will publish the next month. I'm very happy to meet you all. As I already mentioned many times, that Saemaul Undong is not an option but a necessity for our country to overcome the socio-economic and political transformations, which is very rapid. We are changing, but on the same time, the trust, social capital, networking, bond among the citizens, or sense of community, which are essential for economic development and political development, is in a very valuable. So we need to make it up, and to make it up, I think Nepal's needs Nepal movement based on the current experience, and me, myself as a coordinator and the faculty member of Lumini Buddhist University will try our best to teach our young generations to these directions. And thank you very much, the Saemaul Undong Center Korea and the International Bureau, particularly the Director Park. She's a very gentle, she's very great woman for us, encouraging us in every difficult situations. Thank you very much, everyone, for providing me opportunity. I think I keep the time perfectly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev. That was an absolutely impressive presentation. The lessons that we've got from your presentation is that you emphasize on participation and then ownership, which was done by this national slogan of let's make our village ourselves. And then also, as a political scientist, Dr. Sanjeev has extended that to the like a state level and then regional level of a formalization, or I would call it institutionalization of this self-help movement of Saemaul Undong. We are very lucky to have you as a coordinator. Just for your information, our colleagues and friends, Dr. Sanjeev has majored in international relations and world politics. His approach was very, very cautious, and then he is actually seeking the doable way of institutionalizing this private sector-led movement and then integrating into the policy support. So we'll discuss more about it after when we invite the questions from the floor. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev. And then we'll continuously hear out Bong Sawan. Bong, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, 10 minutes, and this floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So today I would like to share about the rural development policies in Lao PDR, as the our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry is the main organization to implementing the rural development sector. So next slide, please. So on my presentation, I'm going to talk about the rural development policy of Lao PDR, and the second one is our studying of implementation of Saemaul Undong programs and some challenges and conclusion. Next, please. So under the ninth National Social Economic Development Plan from 2021 to 2025, our ministry have the 5-year agriculture, forestry and rural development plan also, and also the vision 2030 and the strategy of rural development and poverty eradication for 10 years, start from 2016 to 2025. These to be achieved the SDGs such as no poverty. So for the 5 years plans of agriculture and forestry rural development, we mainly focus on implementing 4 programs such as food security. The second one is agriculture and forestry commodity production. And the third one, forest resources management. And the fourth, rural development. For the rural development strategies, 10 years and vision is mainly focused on rural poverty reduction by 10% of our overall population, and building village development and resettlement and job allocation for the community people, and also promote the agricultural production group and the cooperatives. And the last one is development of poverty reduction and poverty reduction fund, right? And village development fund also. So by doing this, our ministries has some legal documents being attuned, such as law of settlement and vocational management, and Decree 348, well-being and development criteria, and related policies also. So by from that, the implementing agency is mainly our ministry and other ministries and local authorities and development partners and villagers also involved. Next slide, please. This slide just want to show you the percent of population below monetary poverty lines. That you can see that our situation of poverty lines of Laos is still high if compared with ASEAN member countries and ASEAN plus 3 like China. And we can see that the percentage, if we based on the income, 1.9 US dollars is around 10%, and 3.2 and the income per day is very high. If we can if we compare with other countries. Next slide, please. So this slide just show you the structure of our ministry, that we have 3 pillars: agriculture, forestry, and rural development. And the 4 programs that I have mentioned before is mainly support the 3 sectors. So next slide, please. So the main strategic approaches The first one is mainly encouraging the people in ownership and strengthening local community and authority, and then ensuring the social security and other, and socio-economic development also, such as food security, commercial crop promotion, rural infrastructure development, and rural accessibility to quality of education and quality of health also. So it's this is the main strategy approaches that our ministry have. So next slide, please. For the priorities or programs of rural development and poverty eradications, we have a stabilization of settlement and livelihood, and promotion of cash crop farming and income generation for rural families, and rural infrastructure development also, and rural social and cultural development, strengthening local authority and domestic and international cooperation also with the other donors and neighboring countries. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So the guidelines of rural development and poverty eradications in our ministry, we have the integrated rural development poverty eradication as a long-term strategy and number one battlefield of the development, and building the village as developed units and the large villages as small rural townships, and integrated with focus on the community people and local authorities, and comprehensive and positive changes to the rural areas, and target for poor families areas and districts. So next slide, please. So for the Saemaul Undong programs, we have two projects. The first project, integrated rural development project with Saemaul Undong participatory approach. These projects are supported by Korean government through Quaker. The period of the projects is 5 years, start from 2015 to 2019. So the major component is developing the Saemaul Undong policy framework, and also establishment of our Saemaul training center. At the moment, we call Lao Korea Rural Development Training Center, that under the supervising of our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So, and also we have the action plan for Saemaul Undong pilot project in 30 villages and in 2 provinces, and also develop 2 income generation activities also, such as rice and production and cattle production also. So this is the projects that we that Quaker supported. So next slide, please. This is the project size for the projects in Vientiane province. We have 17 pilot villages, and mainly activity is cattle feeding project. And also in Vientiane capital cities, we have the training center. And in Savanakhet province, we have 13 pilot village projects, and mainly focus on rice value chains project. Next slide, please. For this, this is the pictures that shows that Saemaul Undong have done some activities in the villages, such as renovation village hall in 30 pilot villages. As you can see, before and after, yeah, SMU projects pilot. Next slide, please. And these also the activities under the SMU, the road construction and school, improving school conditions for in the 30 pilot villages. Next slide, please. This is the improving our irrigation canal in Savanakhet province for the rice growing. Next slide, please. And this is the activities for supplying living water, clean water for local community, for the community people. As we can see that all villages are working together and spending their capital and labors to join the activities with SMU projects. Next slide, please. So this is also the activities of the SMU. They are waste treatment facilities and also SMU Day and offer the local people. So the SMU Days activity is organizing in 2 times the month, and the villages, all villages, they working together and cleaning their own house and village road and collecting the waste to make the environment, the good environment of the village. So next slide, please. This is also the activities generate income generations that they have fruit tree cultivation and mushroom cultivation in 8 groups. Next slide, please. This is also a greenhouse production in the villages. Totally, we have 153 households in to cultivate the vegetable. Next slide, please. This is the they also improving the market to the community after their production, they can sell the products in this market. Next slide, please. More than that, they also have the activity for women community, like a weaving association activity, and they can have the job and weaving the traditional skirt or shirt, and to get more income from the activities. Next slide, please. And also they have the rice producing center to make the rices by using the new technology from Korea, and to improve paddy rice market, and supply facilities and harvest and milling machines. They come from Korea by Quaker support. Next slide, please. This is also the activities under MU, improving the cattle feeding for like income generations of the community people. Next slide, please. This is the improved cattle farm environment. We can see that after we improve the farm environment, look good. Next slide, please. This is also the activities of the by SMU grassland improvement to make the feed for animal, the cow. Next slide, please. This is the center that I have mentioned before. In Vientiane capital, we have the center, training center supported by Quaker. Mainly, this center is for human resources development for SMU pilot project, and agriculture and rural development also. So next slide, please. The next slide, please. This is also the training, in internal training and external trainings also that we organize during the pilot projects. Mainly, we conduct the trainings in the center and also in the field. Next slide, please. For the second projects that we have, Dr. Pomi already has already mentioned in these projects already, but I don't want to go into deep and going to the detail of this project, but mainly this project is a good model also to develop our community. Mainly, this project is mainly implement in two provinces, in three provinces, in Vientiane province and the Vientiane capital, and also Bolikamsai province, supported by Ministry of Interior in Korea Saemaul Undong Center. So next slide, please. This is the activities under these projects. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Because Dr. Pomi already present on these projects in detail. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in our challenges that we found during and after the pilot projects, the projects cannot implement smoothly due to the COVID-19, as and we have many obstacles and here. And the second one is the theory of our SMU is new in our country, and also initially the people and mostly sectors not understanding on the purpose of SMU and the way of implementation also. The habitat of our people still has the mind that waiting for support from another part or government only. So the periods of the project implementation include only 2 years, which is quite short to compare with another projects, but there are many urgent works to implement, and also the people also highly is expected with the project. This is our challenges that we face during and after pilot project. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I would like to say that throughout SMU implementation activities, community people can resolve the problem more by themselves, might change from relying on and waiting for support from outside or from government, and now they will turn into participatory for development and self-help, more self-strengthening. And SMU is playing an important role in providing and delivering services to farmers, improving their capacities and raising their incomes. And the third one, the project implementation under SMU had high achievement by the project goal and is appropriate for rural development in our country. The SMU approach can be applied in Lao PDRS, and it can be expanded to nationwide. So this is my conclusion on my presentation. And finally, I would like to say many thanks to the governments of Korea, and also as well as the Ministry of Interior and Quaker, and also the Korea Saemaul Undong Center for your valuable support to for our country. And we hope that in the future we can cooperate and achieve more and achieve more. We can successful in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bong Sawan. Just a little correction. Ministry of Interior, actually, this ministry has changed its name. Now the official name is Ministry of Administration and Safety. the Ministry of Interior was the name that we used quite a while ago in 1970s. But excuse me. Anyway, Pong Pangsawan actually permitted us to see the insights of this policy implementation, and then how this Saemaul Undong spirit affairs with the reality of a Lao PDR. And then he said that the Saemaul Undong is not very well understood. So well, he emphasized the need of human resource development, who is actually specialized in Saemaul Undong, which is actually consistent with the Dr. Sandeep's argument. This would be interesting. But as it mentioned, do we have a Khoika representative here? No? Well, it's pity that they should learn. Actually, they learned from us, and then they are not here today. This is very much disappointing. But yeah. Then Dr. Muanga. Dr. Muanga?
Yes, sir.
Habari gani, Dr. Muanga? Are you okay?
Mzuri sana. How are you?
Asante sana. Thanks for
Thank
waiting.
you so much, Professor Lee.
Then please, if you're ready, 10 minutes presentation is yours. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. May I have my presentation, please? Screen. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can clearly hear you.
Okay.
Muanga, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm James Mwanga from the School of Economics. May I have the next slide if it's been taken there? Okay. Yeah, I'll just go through the transformative change in Uganda's context, looking at the institutional frameworks and processes at different levels. And there I will focus majorly on capacity development and empowerment. I will next look at the Saemaul Undong initiatives and outcomes in the country. I also discuss developmental constraints and challenges, and then I'll conclude. Next. Uganda's vision of transformation has that theme that we need in 30 years' time, a transformed society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. And with that, a number of policies and strategies have been designed to effect this vision, operationalizing it in both the short and medium terms in order to meet societal needs. These policies and institutions target both urban and rural areas. They are informed, among others, by the strategic development goals, these are global, the Uganda National Development Plans framework. We've gone through 3 national development plans so far, and we are currently implementing the National Development Plan 3, which started in 2020 and expected to end in 2025. And of course, we also have the decentralization process of policy. Next. I would say that Uganda has a dominant rural sector with more than 80% of the population residing in rural areas and 90% of the poor people, of course, living in rural areas also. The agricultural sector is the major economic structure of forming the economic base and a source of livelihood for over 80% of the rural population. The sector accounts for 25% of the country's GDP. And it's very important to note that many of the youth in the country live in rural areas. The country has had programs to increase literacy by having programs of universal primary education and universal secondary education. But we see that secondary school enrollment rate is about 28%, implying that there's a high young people or young person dropout rates before reaching their secondary school level. Next. It's estimated that youth unemployment rate is above 60%, and in each year, we have over 400,000 young people who enter the job market. Agriculture and agribusiness value chains are some of the key sector areas that require special attention in order to resolve or to solve the youth unemployment situation in the country, where the youth can be engaged in agriculture and agro-business related area in order to be participants in the supply chain and in other value addition prospects in the sector. We see that Uganda's vision of rural transformation from a peasant to a modern and prosperous society was the same vision that the Republic of South Korea had in 1970 when Saemaul started. For the Republic of South Korea, this was achieved in a decade, in about 10, 15 years, because by mid-1980s, of course, South Korea had transformed itself from a very poor country to a modern society. And it only did this by committed leadership at the top, at the national level, but in a very special way, with a commitment to developing the capacity and empowering the villages to do the job of implementation of the policies and institutions that they had set at the national level, from the president's office or prime minister's office to the villages. And there was effective governance system that had their priorities right, and having the right champions or leaders right from the top to the villages, and having the right institutions by way of regulations, by way of policies, by way of systems. And this made it for the Republic of South Korea in about 15, 20 years. In the 60s, of course, South Korea and the Republic of Uganda were more or less at the same development level. But of course, with the commitment of effective governance and leadership, South Korea has achieved so much with a total transformation, a total reversal from deep poverty to deep prosperity. In Uganda, the situation is still not that rosy. Next. Can we go ahead next, please? Next. Next, please. I think I've gone through some of these. Next. Okay. These are the national policy and institutional frameworks. And the frameworks include the constitution of the country, which was institutionalized in 1995, the Poverty Eradication Action Plan of 1997, the Plan for Modernization of Agriculture, the National Agriculture Advisory Services Act. Next. The National Development Plan 1, 2, and 3. We also have the Agricultural Sector Development Strategy and Investment Plan, the Agricultural Sector Strategic Plan, the Northern Uganda Social Action Plan. What we are seeing here are different plans, different programs, different policies that are all geared to ensure that there is that transformation. But the key thing here is, if there is policy and program formulation at the national level, there cannot be any transformation without adequate capacity development and empowerment at the grassroots level, such that we can have the problems and the challenges of development being addressed from the bottom, because it is only at the local government or at the lower levels of government up to the villages that we can have meaningful transformation and meaningful prosperity for our societies in Uganda. Next, please. Okay, these are more or less within the same incentive frameworks and the policies that have been put in place in the country. Next. Okay, so what are the lessons from the current intervention? The lessons that we've had from the current interventions and these programs or policies is that the interventions have for some time adopted a top-down approach without the participation and involvement of the beneficiaries, that has led to poor design, to poor delivery and ownership challenges. And the interventions undertaken have used parallel structures, disregarding the benefits of integration and coordination with the existing government structures to create coordination and sustainability opportunities or platforms. And of course, empowering communities to deal with their development and livelihood priorities yields sustainable dividends. And this is one of the lessons that my government, or my country, needs to appreciate. Next. Local governments and communities face capacity, capability, which are the tools and other logistics, and competence challenges, and hence they need support and facilitation from various stakeholders, of course, be it development partners who can accompany and support the local initiatives from national to the subnational levels. We need access to reliable, efficient, and effective and affordable services delivery, demanding a multi-pronged or multifaceted public-private sector partnership approach to promote synergies, and also promote community-based integrated development of rural areas with a mindset of self-help, diligence, and cooperation. Next, please. I think I'll just go through some of the operationalizing these concepts. Of course, capacity or capacity development is the ability of people, organizations, and society to manage their affairs successfully. So we need to look at that approach or that stance of capacity development, because we need to strengthen, enhance, and nurture a community's ability to take control of its own destiny and to manage and direct its development process through an iterative process of assessment, analysis, and action. So we see that capacity development can be achieved with good governance and inclusive development at the individual or human level, through sharing of experiences, through sharing of knowledge, through sharing of skills. And of course, as we shall see shortly, looking at the Saemaul initiatives, the government of Uganda has partnered with its development partners, the Republic of South Korea being one of them, to just do that, to share experiences. Of course, South Korea has had a very excellent experience, and it has transformed its society from a very poor one to a very prosperous society. And of course, South Korea is experiencing of sharing its experience through the Saemaul programs and other programs through KOICA and other programs as brought in Uganda by the United Nations, of course, adopting the Saemaul model. And we shall see this, that it is through the sharing of these experiences and knowledge and best practices that is going to make a meaningful approach to rural transformation. But we also have to see capacity development at the institutional level through management systems and structures, through processes, and through practices. And of course, if we can use such structures and systems and experiences and skills, then we can use our capabilities with underlying principle of development cooperation that we have between the Republic of South Korea and, of course, Uganda. Capacity development is an endogenous process. It's a process that comes from within, and it must be initiated and owned by the villagers. It must be initiated and owned by the partner countries themselves at whatever level, individual, organizational, and societal level. And capacity development through sharing of experiences, knowledge, and skills can yield good achievements or outcomes, given the right resources and given the right assets by way of physical and human assets, and given the right power, the authority for people with their own challenges or problems at whatever level to make their own decisions in order to address those challenges and problems. And it can only be that empowerment that individuals can develop the awareness and the confidence and the willingness to reach change, or the willingness to reach prosperity. Because it's one thing talking about prosperity from South Korea, but do the Ugandans or does the Ugandan society appreciate that they have a problem that needs to be addressed and that needs to be changed by way of changing their attitudes towards things or looking at things, changing their culture, changing their values towards certain things, and eventually, with that kind of holistic approach to behavioral change, leap to another level to achieve the prosperity that they aspire for. Okay, so the relevance of Saemaul in Uganda is manifested in the many initiatives and development cooperation that we have between the government of Uganda and the government of the Republic of South Korea. But like I've said, that the cooperation between these two countries is resulting in sustainable and country-owned capacity development. It's been a very, very good development cooperation partnership. And of course, we need to know that Uganda needs to own it, and the Republic of South Korea needs to be a partner to accompany and support these development or capacity development initiatives. And I'm very happy to say that the Republic of South Korea, through its different programs, through KOICA, through the Saemaul Center, and the local capacity that has been built over the years, we've seen Dr. Kayongo, Stephen, bringing out the issue of SMU, model villages and self-help villages covering the whole country, from 2 villages in Katereke and in Wakiso district to now 603 villages covering the whole country. So we are seeing a lot of capacity through knowledge sharing, through problem-solving skills being imparted in the different parts of the country, and of course through training, both local training, which of course the Saemaul schools are doing, of course championed by Dr. Kayongo, and the training that the champions of Saemaul in Uganda have had in different parts of the Republic of South Korea. Next, please. Next. We are going to go through this narrative. You can just skip through the narrative because I think I've looked through some of this. Next, please. Next, please. Next. This is some narrative that I think I've gone through. Next. I just want to go to the next major thing. Next, please. Next. Okay. Yeah, the Saemaul initiatives and outcomes in the country. Of course, looking at the reception of Uganda towards Saemaul approach, there's a nationwide support among Uganda's leaders and people for the Saemaul approach to rural development. Politicians, government officials, civil society, and religious leaders have expressed a strong desire to have the Saemaul introduced in their different areas of jurisdiction. And of course, experience with persistent poverty has prompted people to rethink their existing methods and approaches, and they have embraced a new approach such as the Saemaul to lead the development endeavors that they have. Next, please. Of course, that's the SMU multi-pronged approach, looking at income generation through agricultural development and non-farm or non-agricultural development initiatives, the infrastructure, roads, buildings or modern housings, social infrastructure by way of looking at the different areas of cooperation in the societal and skills-based fora, community beautification and housing beautification, township cleaning and beautification. We've also have areas of social cultural development through catering and events services, of course, culture and dry mask clubs or groups, and of course, supporting youth activities. Dr. Kayongo talked about the SMU youth groups in the country. All these are coming in so handy. And of course, we have the health and sanitation.
Do we? No? Yes, there is some technical glitches here. So perhaps that it would be better to wrap up the presentation of these experts here. Well, for your information, what Dr. Mwanga presented here and what he emphasized And then ideas that went through his presentation was that capacity development of youth, who actually are the future of the development of Uganda, as he mentioned. So the other, the value would be the ownership, which will actually be a trigger, the transformation of a Ugandan society. To this, a greater national objective, he was actually explaining us in a local context of Uganda, how it actually fell well in with realities of Uganda. As I told you before, that these presentations will be actually uploaded in our web pages. Isn't that so, Dr. John? Right, you said yes. So perhaps that that you may look into all those pages that has been omitted due to the time limits. But nevertheless, that we can ask actually, we can invite one question or two questions from our audiences here. Abdullah, no questions? There is a great presentation done by Dr. Who is it? Sorry. Do excuse me for a second. From Stanford University of Bangladesh. So that he was actually interestingly transposing this Kamila rural development model and the Saemaul model. Do you particularly have any questions on this kind of an issue?
Yes, sure. I had a specific question. Since Bangladesh is a developing country, you know that. So most of the cities outside of the capital city Dhaka are considering the rural city that we said. So does Saemaul Undong Center has any plans or project in near future to work for those rural areas, as well as thousands of unprivileged children in this capital city of Dhaka?
Dr. Kumar, did you get his question? Oh, sorry, Dr. Kamrul.
As I understand from his query, it is not a question that I should answer that one. It is more relevant representatives is there, or I strongly believe that it would be more convenient if we could invite Koika, KRC, PSPS, Young University, the representatives here. That would give a comprehensive idea what we like to do. And that is a relevant question that any plan of Koika or any other organizations of Korea to address the the vulnerable children in the city areas. That is the question. And government has program of the children and youth development programs are here, and NGO program is there. But still, we believe that that the spirit of Saemaul Dong keep a more consistent platform and a consistent development of this type of action. As I understand from his query, that can be the one of the answer. And sir, with respect to chairperson, I request you to kindly allow one thing, that from the next year, kindly invite PSPS, Young University, Koika, and KRC representatives. That would give, in many ways, in many interpretation, will get a very comprehensive idea of SMU localizing or SMU. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Kamrul actually gave us it was a more than a recommendation. This sort of a cases has to be actually researched further, so that all of us can actually present, shall we say, the way to address these issues. Even this is a separate issues that occur in outside Dhaka. But at any rate, let us just leave it for the moment to the the future obligations or responsibilities as to what we together have to do. Perhaps that we can invite one more question then.
Good afternoon. Can I take the floor?
Oh, please.
This is Maudud Safdar, Managing Director of Poverty Alleviation Foundation. I'm a former Permanent Secretary to the government and former Director General of Bangladesh Academy for Rural Development, Kumilla, Bangladesh. Was also the Director General of Bangladesh Rural Development Board. First of all, I want to convey my heartiest congratulations to SMU and those who have come under the canopy of SMU. Actually, SMU has got attention from its community and given hope to many countries and people in the world. As Dr. Kamrul Hassan was referring to, actually we are focusing on tackling poverty and transforming rural and urban lives. And SMU, if I am allowed to relate to our situation, particularly in the context of COVID-19, SMU has the strength to face natural calamities and the question of development at the same time. We need to take care of this. We need to come up with coping strategies, and we need to collect and collate suggestions for future actions. Actually, there is a question of mobilization of social capital, mobilization of support from the government, judicial resource management, resource allocation, and global exchanges, particularly for preparing us for our own future. And I think all the presenters today, Dr. Kamrul Hassan, Dr. Sanjeev Humayun, and Mr. Samsunuk of Laupedia, and Dr. Muanga, they have justice. They have done justice to their subject matters and covered many topics which calls upon integration of policy initiatives and collaborations. I think SMU can provide a stage for interface meaningfully, and we are ready to extend all supports from our end, whatever meager resources we have. And because of COVID, we couldn't get together, but our hearts are with you and our best wishes are with you. That's what I want to convey to you. Thank you very much, Learned Chair, Dr. J.D. Thank you indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So he was actually suggesting, or rather emphasizing, the SMU's capacity or contribution to the, what he underscored was the youth development. This issue was actually emphasized greatly by Dr. Muanga. Oh, Dr. Muanga, you're back here. Hello, welcome back. So from the Uganda's experience, so you haven't finished your conclusions of your presentation yet. So to this suggestion of a SMU's contribution to the youth development, how are you, or how would you suggest to implement this particular issue of youth development, and then to which that SMU can contribute? Or perhaps that you can also give us the case of what you have done in Uganda as well.
Okay.
There's been a general support at the policy level, both from the national and the local government level. But I would, if we're looking at the practice, what exactly is on ground regarding youth targeting or targeted programs, I think I would request Dr. Kayongo
to go deeper into that because he's the person on the ground in the various youth development programs related to Saemaul Dong. Dr. Kayongo, please, you can help with that. Dr. Kayongo, you are muted.
Okay, Mr. Kayongo, you have a 2 minutes to assist him.
Thank you. Now, you know, in Uganda, we have so many young people who are having zeal for Saemaul Dong. Now we have emphasized clubs in the secondary schools, in the high school and universities. They converge and encourage each other to practice these principles of Saemaul Dong, self-help, diligence, and cooperation, so that the future of Uganda, which is in the hands of the youth, can be safe and secure.
You mean to say that you are suggesting to expose this youth from the high school?
Yes.
To SMU, ideas and values and strategies, right?
Yeah.
Ah, this is a very much interesting idea. I often teach, I wouldn't say often, I sometimes teach entrepreneurship to some students. So cases like in Denmark or Sweden, what they do is they build this idea of entrepreneurship into high school classes, so that they expose early to this idea of entrepreneurship, which is kind of a very philosophical or vague idea to the young people. But as time goes by, that they understand more about this entrepreneurship. So as you can see, country like Sweden or Norway, which is only the population of less than 5 million, but they do have a very strong entrepreneurship, and the result is that they do have a very strong and strenuous enterprises such as Nokia in case of Finland. So Mr. Kayongo's idea, ladies and gentlemen, is what he's suggesting in Uganda. He is practicing, and then he is going to implement the idea of exposing Ugandan youth to this idea of SMU, which is absolutely fresh ideas. And this is really mind-boggling subject. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayongo. We'll further discuss about it after this, what we call this Omicron virus is died down a bit. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Mwanga, for your responses and their inputs. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we had a very, very fruitful presentation from all of our presenters and experts. Dr. Kumar Asan, and then Dr. Sanjeev Umagay, and then Bong Vongsawan, and then Dr. James Wilson Mwanga. Please give them a big applause once more. Thank you very much. So perhaps that this is the time that I should also go. Actually, the parting is such a sorrow, but nevertheless, that we will see next year, at least in person here. And then this is what I say, inshallah. So I will see you next year. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 1시간을 훌쩍 넘어서 널뛴 발표와 토론이 진행이 됐는데요. 우리 수고해 주신 우리 이재용 교수님과 또 참여해 주신 줌으로 또 참여해 주신 우리 발표자, 토론자 여러분들께 큰 박수 다시 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 이상으로 2021 지구촌 새마을 지도자대회 사례 공유 세미나 1, 2를 모두 마치겠습니다. 네, 6시부터 오늘 점심 그 식사하셨던 곳에서 저녁 식사가 진행이 되니까요. 모두 그쪽으로 이동해 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다.